So we can call the meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Camera's sick.
Yeah, here.
All right, we will do the roll call. Chair Lewis,
Here.
Vice Chair Sykes, here. Commissioner Qualls.
Here.
I'll note for the record that Commissioner Clark is absent. Commissioner Hybels,
Here.
Commissioner Roy,
Here.
Commissioner Yoon,
Here.
and Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so do we have speakers for the community forum?
Through the chair, we do have 4 in-person speakers at this time. I also started a 2-minute timer on the top left corner of your screens for interested parties to sign up by either filling out their names at the back of the council chambers at our terminals or by raising their hands on Zoom. First 2 speakers are Robert Scheusel and Sherry Ann Grimm. Please approach the podium.
Good evening. I'm addressing this more to staff. First, I was disappointed to see that staff made no effort to supply any information, recommendations, etc., about any items on the action or informational calendar. Should POAC and the public expect this lack of support going forward? And if this stings a couple people and wakes them up, I hope it does. How can there be any meaningful discussions? At the very least, there should be some background presented and potential choices and actions for each item. For example, for 10A, outside counsel, why weren't the potential options given? For 10B, complaints portal, most people don't even know that the site exists. At a bare minimum, a link could have been put in there so that people could see what your current complaint process looks like. For 10C, department policies, there was no mention of which policies are within the purview of POAC or what is the mechanism for making changes. And for the 2 information items, which includes the selection of the independent auditor and facilitator, why weren't they made action items? Why is there no mention of the issues, etc., so that there can be an intelligent discussion? And second, I feel that your agenda is out of whack with what you need right now. I feel that the agenda needs to first focus on training, particularly on the following 3. First, police officers' rights. There's a whole set of law written about that. Second, what is in the ordinance creating POAC? You need to know what your own committee is allowed to do. And 3, what is the MOU between the city and VPOA? Because that also has some restrictions. How can POAC do anything unless there's a clear understanding provided to all of the commissioners about these issues? And I can promise you that litigation will occur if POAC oversteps its power. So you better become familiar with these 3 areas. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
Good evening, Commissioners. For years, the community in Vallejo has carried the weight of a painful history, a history of police violence, lives lost, and families that are forever changed. Those harms did not occur in isolation. They happened within systems that too often protected themselves instead of the people that they were meant to serve. For many in this community, the path to even getting this commission has been a long and exhausting fight. Residents organized, spoke out, and demanded reform. We waited years for the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission to become a reality. That wait reflects just how difficult it has been for the community to have a place where our experiences, our concerns, and our voices can truly be heard in a safe space. Meanwhile, the police department has always had representation. Officers have unions, they have legal counsel, they have institutional protections. The community has rarely had those same protections or that same access to power. That is why the work before you is so important. This commission must be more than symbolic. Its independence is essential. An independent police auditor and truly independent legal counsel are not procedural details, they are the foundation of public trust. Without independence, oversight cannot be credible, and without credibility, there can be no healing in this community. For families who have lost their loved ones, for residents who have felt unheard or harmed, this commission represents something rare, the possibility that accountability and transparency might finally take root and grow in Vallejo. You have been entrusted with an extraordinary responsibility. Your role is not only to review policies and reports, but to help rebuild trust between a community and the institutions meant to serve it. That trust will only come if this commission stands firmly in its independence and places the voices and experiences of the community at the center of its work. Vallejo has lived with the consequences of broken systems for far too long. This moment is an opportunity to begin doing things differently, with integrity, with transparency, and with courage. And I hope you will seize it. I wrote to you about a couple of things. One of them was the agenda items that Dr. Schussel spoke to you about. And I would just say to you that if you want the community to engage with you, you have to send a message that you want them to come and engage with you. And when the agenda doesn't say anything about what's happening, it's kind of a message that you don't really care whether people come forward or not. So I ask you in the future to be a little more careful about the agenda and what it says when it goes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, in-person speakers, Sana Sethi, followed by Louis Michael. And while they approach the podium, we have one speaker online.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of POAC. My name is Sana, and I'm an organizer with ACLU NorCal. We want to urge POAC to prioritize filling the open IPA or independent police auditor position. We see this as a really important part of the ordinance that enacted POAC and a tool for POAC to use to accomplish its goals. It is also what the city's law requires as it's in the ordinance itself. We would also like to see the second alternate position be filled as well. This is the only real role that a young person has crafted for them. It's supposed to be someone 18 to 25 years old, and we would really like a young person's voice to be represented on the commission. We also want to echo the calls that previous speakers have made for the agenda to be more detailed. I think having more attachments and files would be able to allow community members to decide whether or not this is something they want to take time out of their days. You know, folks are working, they have childcare, they have elder care, to come and either give public comment or engage in some other way. So having a more detailed agenda and more bullet points under each agenda item would help community members make that decision. And finally, we would love to see a more clear complaints process and more accessible complaints process where you all are actually getting access to complaints made and people have other options to make complaints through an online portal apart from the calling in and mail option that is currently available. Thank you so much for your time. We look forward to continuing to be in communication with all of you, and we appreciate your work.
Next speaker, Louis Michael. And we had another in-person speaker, Clarence Martin, after.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Louis Michael. I am a volunteer with ACLU, but I'm also just speaking as a community member and a father to two boys that will be growing up here in Vallejo. And as someone who grew up here myself, I have, seen and heard of, the history of VPD, seen the things that have been said, and seeing this commission come together has been something that I've been looking forward to. And so I just am here tonight to really just encourage you all to do some of the same things that were mentioned, filling that IPA role, that independent police auditor role, as well as filling that that alternate position with the youth. I think that that's a really important perspective to have, even if it is an alternate, to have a young person's voice on this commission. I want to grow up, I want my kids to grow up in a Vallejo where they don't have to fear for their lives when they're interacting with the police. And a lot of our young people do have that reality. And I had that same, experience myself. And as a black man and raising two black boys, it's something that we have to be aware of, and I have to have conversations with them. And so I see this commission as a avenue and a way to really, make sure we have direct communication and ways to, hold police accountable in a meaningful way. And so, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Clarence Martin, please approach the podium.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First thing I want to say is, I'm pretty sure I'm going to say speak for me myself and anybody else that feels like me. I appreciate y'all stepping up to this, because you're way more braver than me. You're like in the middle of the police and anything that happens in the community. So there's a lot of stuff that y'all gonna be seeing, y'all gonna be dealing with, and it's a very large task. And I encourage you guys to look at other commissions like this that were created and look back and see what mistakes that they made, so that we don't make those mistakes here in Vallejo. Now, I don't want to talk about what happened in the past in this community, but it need to be thought about so it does not repeat itself again. And I want to share a lived experience that I had to deal with for, I'm going to say, about 5 years. I raised two boys here. One is 21, out doing his thing. One is 17. One went perfectly straight. The other one I had to keep pulling him back over. But what both of them said to me, because I would protect them, because I knew what was happening out in the community. I couldn't explain it to them. Their mind didn't develop that. But what they said to me was, Dad, I just want to be a kid. And I'm like, it hurts me to say that, because I had to shelter my kids because of the things that were going on within this community. And one thing that I know is when our kids feel safe, our community is going to be safe. The kids is the future. The sooner they feel safe, the better our community will be. And I just want to close by saying, in the name of the city of Vallejo, there's a word right in the middle, A-L-L. That's all, right in the middle of our city's name. And I'm asking each and every one of you to work together, improve our community, and uplift that word in the name of, that's in the city of Vallejo's name, the word all. I appreciate you for your time.
Okay, going to our online speakers. Carol Hebb, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Carol Hebb, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Okay, moving on. Phone number ending in 025, please hit *6 to unmute yourself. You have the floor. Phone number ending in 025, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll try Carol one more time. Carol, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, this is Carol. Can you hear me? Please verify.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay. All right, this is going to be right now short and sweet. I'm not there and I can't be there, unfortunately. I'd love to be there. But I just want to know, so because I'm not there, I don't know. But I was hoping that you're bringing complaint forms and putting them on the back table for anybody who wants to make a complaint. And if you're not doing that, I would encourage you to bring those forms and leave them at the back table at the beginning of each meeting. And remind people that there are the forms there. Not doing this to encourage people to file complaints. Just doing it so they have accessibility to those complaints, because it's not as easy as you might think to get one or to find the time to get one. But if people are there and they're engaged, we should encourage that, and we should make sure that anything they need is there. And it, just assign one staff person to bring some each time and take them at the end of the meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Final community forum speaker, one more time, phone number ending in 025. Please hit *6 on your keypad to unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to urge you to implement this long overdue and critical session of the IPA, as the CPE has unfortunately hasn't demonstrated the need for such independent oversight and accountability. Numerous examples of this need abound. A recent example in 2023, California AG intervened over the number and the nature of the agency's uses of lethal force. Well before 2023, though, the clear pattern of excessive and unreasonable force was embedded in the department, and it's been verified and reported on by both national and international news outlets. The fiscal implications of this misconduct could bankrupt the city again. As of 2020, the city of Vallejo and its insurers face more than $50 million in liability in pending lawsuits, and many of those are related to law enforcement misconduct. And because of this extremely elevated risk, Vallejo was forced out of a municipal insurance pool due to large losses. This means that the city is teetering on the precipice of a preventable fiscal disaster. Therefore, I urge the city manager to immediately hire the IPA in consultation with the POAC. The job description is already contained in the POAC ordinance. The ordinance itself is strong and clear in its purpose so as to prevent any confusion or further delay. And most importantly, the city's law requires the IPA. So the immediate action will ultimately protect the fiscal, civil, and human rights of all Vallejoans. There is no demonstrable reason not to. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And we did have one final speaker sign up. If you could please approach the podium and state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Mark Buckalter. I live in District 4. And I really just want to add my voice to some of the other people who've already spoke. I would like to emphasize how important I think it is that the independent police auditor be hired in a public manner in complete transparency as soon as possible. I think it's absolutely critical to the work of this committee. And I also want to urge you to fill the youth alternate position as soon as possible. Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Buckalter, did you go to Carlmont High School?
I did.
Yeah. Hi.
Through the chair, no other speakers for a community forum at this time.
Okay. Report of presiding officer, members of the Police Oversight Commission. So
Oh, we have the consent calendar
Oh.
and approval of the agenda.
I'm sorry.
For
Yes. Like I said. Consent. Consent calendar.
Do we have a motion?
Oh, yeah, I move that we approve the agenda
And the consent calendar?
and the consent calendar. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Okay, so I guess okay. Report of presiding officer and members of the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission. Thank you. Report of the presiding officer and members of the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission. So this is where I have something to say. So I want to thank those of you who have reached out to me over the last few months with ideas and concerns, and so many people have been supportive and contributed ideas. I stated last month that the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission is fully up and running, and that's true. However, there are some loose ends. For example, we need to select someone to provide independent legal counsel to the commission. Some members of the community have expressed concerns that we might depend on the city attorney's office or that the city will be determining who we select. I just want to assure everyone that we won't, and they won't, that we will have an independent legal. Another issue that is still a concern to me is the vacancy of the youth member of the commission, someone between 18 and 25. It's important to fill this because youth also need to know that they are represented and have a voice. So if you are a youth, or if you know one, I think this is a good opportunity to experience. It's an unpaid gig, and you can get used to working for nothing. I've been told that it would look good on your resume. I'm too old to care about a resume. In addition to the youth member, I'd like to suggest that we consider appointing someone from the unhoused community, because if there's any group that feels that they don't have a voice, it is the unhoused. What do we want from the Oversight Commission to accomplish? What the community has been telling me is that they want a voice, they want to be heard, they want transparency. We are frustrated and feeling like there is an us versus them mentality with regard to law enforcement. If all we are doing is reviewing complaints, we are never going to review enough to accomplish a sense of connection or move beyond that us versus them experience. We will just be reacting to when what we need to do is be proactive. It's why I found it so frustrating that over the past few years, since we were appointed, we have not been, although we could not review complaints, we could have been holding meetings, we could have been listening to the community. So if you need to file a complaint, that's fine, but if you just want to be heard, reach out to one of your commissioners from your district. If you're not sure which one is your commissioner, just pick one. We're all listening, the city is listening, and I think the chief is listening, so make yourself heard. Thank you.
Oh, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. One, I want to say I appreciate the comments that have been made here this evening, but I also want you to know that we have been responding to some of the concerns that you have brought up. Number one, the poll bar booklet is no longer in publication. It is online, and we have located it, and we'll be sharing it with the other commissioners. Number two, we have reached out to someone here in the city of Vallejo to help us find a youth commissioner. And so we are in communications with that individual to help us identify someone between the ages of 18 and 25. We have reached out to other commissioners here in the region. We have also downloaded and reviewed their budget, and as well as their policies and procedures, so we can get a better idea. We know the concern of the community is transparency, so we want you to all know that we are doing work, even though before and after the meetings. So you can understand that we hear you, we understand you, and we're going to make every effort to address all the issues. The other concern that we know about is the complaint form. It's not user-friendly. I'm going to be very honest, and that's who I am. It's not user-friendly. So we're asking to see what we can do to make it more user-friendly so people can have it available not only in hard copy, but online, where it's not in a manner that people are hesitant about using it because it's not going to the commissioners. So we are working diligently with staff to address all the issues that have been brought up tonight and before, and we just ask that you be patient with us, because as I said before, we're in our infancy stages, so we're working through things. And finally, we are reviewing the IPA auditor document. And so there should be some information coming out later in the next few days about that. So we are working, and we hear you, and we know that we are here to work for you. So as John said, if there are any questions, please don't hesitate to contact any of the commissioners sitting here on the dais. Thank you.
Other commissioners want to weigh in here? So I guess a report of the secretary.
Yes, we have the report of the city council liaison. I don't believe Councilmember Letajou is here, so I'll just note that in the minutes. On the secretary, we'll be discussing, I'll be providing an update later in the meeting regarding the selection of an independent police auditor, so we'll talk about that in a bit. Regarding the appointment of a youth representative alternate, I've spoken with the city clerk who runs our recruitments and application process, and we'll get that scheduled. We're reviewing the processes we've used in the past to try and do outreach. I know that some commissioners have also reached out to specific members of the community to try and broaden the reach of that. So as soon as that application period is officially open, we'll let you know, we'll let the community know, we'll reach out to some partners. I agree that that's a very important next step. That is all that I have for the report of the secretary this evening.
No city attorney's report this evening, Chair.
Thank you. Let's moving on to the action calendar. Is there any public comment on the action calendar?
Through the chair, yes, we do have currently 2 members of the public signed up in person for the action calendar for item 10A, and then we do also have another timer for interested parties to sign up online or sign up at the back of the terminal, or back of the council chambers on the terminal. The first speaker is Robert Scheusel, followed by Joey Carizales.
I don't even know how you expect the public or anyone else to respond to this item since there's nothing on the agenda. And I think that's a crime. And I think I don't even know how the commissioners can talk about it. Does anyone even know what the process is yet? And I can tell you that the public does not trust the city attorney's office to have any role in this at all. And I think when I hear statements like, well, we're working with the city and things, how exactly is this thing going to work? And I think if the city's attorney or her staff has any role in this, then I think this commission is in trouble because the public is going to feel, here's another example of where you did it to us again. You made promises and then you break them. So I would ask, the first thing is that you need to detail exactly what is the steps that you're going to take to get an independent legal person and who is going to be involved and how is it going to happen. Without that, I think it's a meaningless discussion. Thank you.
Next speaker, Joey Carizales. And as he approaches the podium, just for the record, Councilmember Ledeju has arrived.
Jose Carizales. It is, first of all, I just want to say that it's very refreshing to hear someone in a position of authority to say that a member of the unhoused community deserves a seat at the table. As an unhoused, unsheltered advocate for the last 10 years in the city of Vallejo, very strong, passionate, I appreciate those comments. It's just hitting a brick wall here in this city about those type of comments, and which is beyond me. What you can do in this 10A situation, the 10A proposal, is to send a good message, send an adequate message to the citizens of Vallejo that the fox is not going to guard the hen house anymore. Give it back to us as the citizens. We have earned the right to have this process done with integrity, with full transparency, and citizen participation. Who better to discuss this issue than the citizens of Vallejo who have been impacted by the actions of the Vallejo Police Department, which is well documented, public record. Can't deny it. So what can this committee do? They can start now and help heal my friends in the community who I'm out there talking to. Not only in the unsheltered community, but we talk many issues in Vallejo. I love Vallejo. Been here 14 years. But it doesn't seem like much has changed. Why? Well, the time is now. You have that on your shoulders. The time is now. The time is now to understand and listen and hear the pulse, the heart, the sincerity of the citizens of my friends, the citizens, your friends of Vallejo. No more fox guarding the hen house. No more. Change is good. Let's have the political will. Let's have the strength. Let's help the wonderful, the great citizens of Vallejo understand that this committee understands and hears them. And your actions are going to speak louder than words.
Thank you. And then we have one online speaker for this item. Carol Hepp, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to follow up on some of the concerns of spoken by Dr. Sechel. I'm really concerned about who you outreach to hire legal counsel. The only way that the community is going to support what you're doing, get behind you, is if legal counsel is truly independent. And I think one way to do that is to share the information about applicants with the community and engage the community and get their opinions about the qualifications of the people coming through. Without the right counsel, you will not make any headway. So many attorneys, police misconduct is an extremely significant area of the law that is not practiced by very many lawyers. You really need a civil rights attorney. If you look to somebody with background in city attorney's office or somebody with the DA's office, those are people you ought to just dismiss out of hand. Those are the people that have the conflict of interest with representing police officers as part of their historical career. Civil rights attorneys do not have that conflict. Or maybe somebody with legal aid. But this is an extremely important position you're going to be hiring for, and it will set the tone for everything you do going forward. So I encourage you to get the community engaged. I'd like to see resume of the vita of whoever the applicants are. I'd like to have a vote. Even if it's just an opinion and just a consideration. I would like that. And I think other members of the community would also like to be engaged and participate in this process. So thank you for listening. That's all I have.
Thank you. No other speakers at this time for this item. Chair.
Hi, Dr. Tanya Ledaju, council member, and I'd like for legal to talk a little more about what are the possibilities of integrating the community in this process. We've done it when we hire, so there are things that we can do since this really is about the public and this body really is serving on behalf of helping create a deeper trust as it relates to our policing.
Sure. So we envision this to be a contract position, which means that we can share information. If it were a hired position, it would be a different situation.
Right.
So what the plan is to develop a list of possible.
Closer to you.
So sorry. The plan is to develop a list of applicants who meet the qualifications that are set forth in the ordinance, present that to the commission. That would be done in open session. All of those resumes, all of the information about them would be presented at the same time. So that it definitely could involve the public, and the public could see those resumes and have give input to the commission.
Okay, so I think what would be really important, again, this is part of building trust, right? And also setting up this commission to do its work and be transparent and accountable as each one of these individuals so desire to be. And we really need to set the framework. And so when all of the applications come in or the proposals come in, there needs to be a way to transparently show everyone, not who we have screened out and qualified, because there is a process. Here are all the applications that are proposals that have been submitted. They're contractors. They're not employees. They're contractors. So here is a list of all the contractors that have come forward. And it's something that we can do on the POAC website so that everyone can clearly see who is bidding on this project. Then the next level of that is reminding the public, what is the screening criteria? No different than when we would be sitting down and actually scoring. But while we're doing that work, showing it step by step, what each one of those steps look like and how we get to each result, I think is very important. And then having those discussions at this commission about how we got to each one of those steps, how we integrated this commission, and even if it is that the chair and the vice chair, at the will of the commission, you decide to develop a committee to be a part of that process with city staff. And then once we go through the criteria, because we need to do that, that's part of the screening process and so forth and on. Once we have gotten to that place where through criteria we have done the screening and invited, whether it is a subset of this entire commission or the entire commission, then determining from a public standpoint of view, how we then have a public hearing where we literally invite whoever the top 3 or 4, whatever we decide, to come and present to the entire commission and really have an open forum and be able to have public comments and so forth and on. So I would like to propose something similar to that to this commission to consider. What does that look like? Because then what that does, it really creates a high level of accountability and transparency for such a very important commission, and the role of legal counsel coming forth and guiding and supporting this commission in this work. And anytime we're contracting, even with the external auditor, we need to do the same thing. So that would be my recommendation as a liaison.
Thank you for that.
No other speakers for item 10A, Chair.
So the update on potential action regarding retention of outside counsel.
So I mentioned that briefly. We're still working on creating a list, so that process is ongoing. Should have additional information for you at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the other commissioners?
I do really like the idea of having a I do really like the idea of having a subcommittee within the commission, at least through the initial process. I don't know if this specific action item is where I would do that for them, but I think it's ideal to have someone or a group of us go through that process, the initial process, together.
Sure, that can be agendized for a meeting so that you can appoint members to an ad hoc committee. You can certainly do that.
To bring up a point that Councilmember Leatherju brought up, criteria and things like that, is that something the commission can look at before you start the list?
All of the criteria are in the ordinance.
Okay.
There's a laundry list there.
Okay. So
I can provide that to you if you'd like, and point it out.
Yeah, you did. So I think, let's see, April is the next commission meeting. So do we have a timeline on when we're looking to get an independent counsel, or when that list, or have you even outreached to anybody for anyone to take on the role as independent counsel?
We have.
And have you gotten any
We've gotten 2 names so far. It's people take their time responding sometimes, and so we're still searching so that we can bring you more than 2 people to look at.
So just 2 names?
Correct.
Okay.
Did you want?
I just have a question. So how are we soliciting these firms?
So, as I said, there's certain criteria that are in the ordinance. So what I've done is send copies of that criteria with a solicitation to firms that I believe have that type of experience and meet the qualifications, and ask them if they have someone who does. And by the way, the people that have responded back aren't people that I know or anybody else in the office knows so far. So that's the process for doing that.
So
at
we're
this
not
point.
we're not doing like an official RFQ and posting on the.
I have not done that. It's something that could be done, though, yes.
How far are you going throughout the entire state or in the region, or where are you doing the outreach for these?
I don't have a limitation. It could be anywhere in the state. The only criteria is they have to be available to you and be able to come to meetings if you want them to. They could certainly do work online via Zoom. That's possible. We do that with lawyers all the time. But I personally think it's better to have them here. So it's more likely it's going to be somebody that is close enough where they could come to meetings. I mean, again, that's up to you. That's my personal opinion. I think it's better if they're here for you.
Okay. Any other comments from the commissioners?
I think I would really like an RFQ process so that it's published, and yes, we can go out and cold call and reach out to individual firms, but I think publicizing it as we do for the independent auditor and the process we're doing that, I think it should fall under the same criteria.
Sure. So if the board would like to give me direction to do that, and give me direction if you want an ad hoc committee to look at, to screen applications or proposals, you can give us direction to bring that back at a later meeting so that you can make the appointments to that committee.
I would personally recommend that, because I think the request was originally made in January and we're about to go into April and you only have 2 candidates. That's concerning. And as you've heard from several of the residents here, they want more. So it's like you have a dual priority, that of the independent auditor and that of legal independent counsel. So I think just so we can get more candidates, the RFP process should be embraced.
So I make a motion to, 1, bring this back for a future agenda item, 2, to make sure that we do an RFQ solicitation process, and at that next future agenda item to establish an ad hoc committee.
I second.
Through the chair, before the vote has taken place, there was a member of the public that raised their hand online. Would you be willing to hear them?
Please, go ahead.
Jalen Garcia, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
My concern actually was just already addressed by the member, so thank you for your suggestion about everything you just said. I just had a very serious concern that this one man is deciding who are qualified people to do this job, and it's only his opinion that's being considered, so that's not okay. So thank you to everybody else who just came up with a solution. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on this item?
I was just wondering what the compensation is like. Is it competitive with other types of jobs like that?
I do not know exactly what the compensation is going to be like as of yet, but the typical compensation for this area is between $400 and $500 an hour.
Mm.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this item? Oh, yeah, we need to take a vote. Thank you.
So it was moved by Commissioner Yoon and seconded by Chair Lewis to provide direction to staff to have an RFP or RFQ process to identify outside legal counsel, as well as bring back a future agenda item to create an ad hoc subcommittee of the POAC to review the proposals that are received. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, carries unanimously.
Yeah. Okay, so the next item is a discussion of the police department complaints process and the online portal and related public information and potential directions of staff.
So I know that some members of the community, as well as some commissioners, have expressed an interest in updating and revising the complaint form, the online portal, to make it more user-friendly. So this is an opportunity for to hear from the public, as well as an opportunity to hear from commissioners, their ideas for that. As we've discussed earlier, and there's a somewhat related informational item later in the agenda, we're hoping to get the assistance of Rania Adwan to work through those, some of those process issues and advise us, as well as advise us on creating some of the public education and informational materials. So I'm happy for staff, me, to receive whatever direction you want to provide on updating those materials, and of course to hear from the public on this.
So the form that I looked at that's available online, when that gets filled out, where does it go directly? Who sees that first, and does the POAC Commission get to see the actual form?
Deputy Chief Knight can talk about the process, but no, it'll eventually come to the POAC in the form of the other complaints that you're receiving, like the ones you'll be discussing in closed session this evening. Chief Knight, do you want to talk more about the process and the workflow of the online portal complaints form?
Yes, there's a variety of ways to complete a complaint. It can be verbal, it can be with our written complaint form, or it can be on our new online compliment or complaint portal that's on the website. When they do it through the portal on the website and click compliment or complaint, they get to an interface where they fill out a variety of information. That goes directly into our Professional Standards Division reporting software. And as you see some complaints in closed session, you'll see some of the stuff is it's verbatim with what they say. If we receive them from one of those manual formats, like verbal or the written form, our staff has to translate that information into the same Professional Standards Division software. I call it PSD, so if I say PSD, it's a little shorter. If there was a complaint that was to come to POAC via email, via some other format, you would have to transmit that to the Professional Standards Division so we could input it into this portal. The less hands that touch it is when people do the portal, because it goes directly into the system. And then when we receive that complaint, it is shared with the POAC secretary within 2 business days. Then that transaction is recorded, and then it goes on to your closed session. So that's the process as we have it for now. I did see that looking in your website, when you click to file a complaint, my recommendation would be to make that a little bit bigger and kind of easier to see, but it still does go to the Vallejo Police Department's public portal system. We recently moved to the online public portal. We used to use a form stack, so I don't know how many people are familiar with that. Just kind of an online computer form stack software system that can be done via the internet. This public portal is better because it goes directly into our tracking software. So it's the name of the tracking software is IA Pro. You guys have probably heard that term several times so far. That is a software system that many public agencies across the country use.
So I noticed that the form online, it says that it goes to the Police Internal Affairs Division. And I'm wondering if we shouldn't redo that so that it says that people can complain directly to POAC. And, it's going to, and then, it's still going to go through the same process, but it doesn't need to it's just, that could be a change.
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave that up to the commission. That is our system that the police department uses because it funnels directly into our iPro system. In talking to our administrative manager in PSD today, there is an option that the commission could purchase an their own IA Pro system. I have no idea of the cost or things associated with that. Then you would have your own public portal. You could link your public portal with ours, and the administrative manager indicated that IA Pro would be happy to come give a presentation to the commission, find out what that is. You could also go back to the more rudimentary form, which is a form stack that you could put on your website, but you would have to have somebody that would immediately go to and have to transmit it to us, because everything has to go into the IA Pro tracking software. That is where it becomes memorialized, documented. So the sooner we get it into that, if you had your own portal, it would go into your own IA Pro system that we would not be able to see. So you would have to transmit it to us, and vice versa. So just some options.
So, thank you for that. So what's the cost? You don't know?
I do not know. For a private entity IA Pro system, I don't know what it would cost, but we could contact IA Pro that could give you that information.
Okay. Okay. And I think the point, and it's been expressed very clearly tonight, is that there are a lot of people who are not comfortable, and I know this is the process, of sending their complaints through VPD. And that's the challenge. And I think that's why Chair Lewis brought that up about how can it, I don't want to say necessarily bypass the police, but sometimes people may not want to share their concerns with the police right away because they have issues with it initially. So that's why he brought that up. Just something to think about, especially if we're trying to build bridges or close that gap between the community and the police department. So I'm thinking of all the options available. Also, the other question I have is, have you looked at other cities' complaint process in the region? Other police departments, a complaint and compliment process?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Is there anyone that you think is better than Vallejo's? I'm just asking that question honestly.
Of course not. Of course I don't think that.
Okay.
IA Pro Public Portal is a pretty new feature for IA Pro. We've had IA Pro for many, many years, but the public portal is fairly new. A lot of agencies are going to that. I don't know if any police commissions have gone to that as in terms of a separate reporting mechanism. But like I said, previously we had a form stack, which was fine, but it was kind of rudimentary. And then previously it was just the paper forms. So I think as a commission, my recommendation would be to decide how you guys want to accept your complaints. As long as they come to us as well to be tracked and to put in the software system, I'm indifferent to the mechanism that you guys use, but the information has to flow both ways each time. Is the only thing.
That makes sense. Are there any questions from any of the other commissioners about this?
I think my question is fiscally doesn't make sense to have two separate systems, right? To work in one system. The question that I have is, for each of the steps of the portal, I'd like to actually see the screenshot of what each step is. And I think it would be helpful to either modify or include different language on the screen so that it shows whoever is making a complaint that this would be the next step, and that POAC is somewhere layered into that, versus it strictly just being a form, so that it creates a little bit of comfort for the person who's submitting that information. So I think it would be ideal to see, one, kind of the entire workflow of the form setup and what we can modify or include some type of language to not necessarily just make it a form, but at least give them a guide to say, okay, your form is submitted, it goes next to this, to the POAC, it goes to IA, and explain that. I think a little bit in the form would be helpful and beneficial, or at least looking at it would be able to give us some ideas to either modify or include in the complaint form or the workflow of the tiles, right? Because I'm assuming it's not just one form, it's you enter in your information, click next, enter in.
Yes, it's similar to that. It's an online form completion. Another thing I wanted to add too, just for the commission, I'm not changing topics really, but another advantage of the portal and having it be in the portal is the communication with the complainant. So once they enter their phone number or email address or both, they receive a unique link that they can check the status of their complaint and where it is in the process. So this is why we had gone to this system, is whether the usability is something we can improve on, or the features that they see, but the technology of them being able to have that interactiveness is what is the benefit as well.
So how up to date is the software that VPD uses?
What do you mean by up to date?
Well, I thought, so correct me if I'm wrong, because sometimes my hearing is not always as good as it should be. You're saying there's a new IA Pro software? Did I understand you correctly when you said that? Or maybe I misheard you. I'm just trying to get some clarification.
No, we've had the IA Pro software for a long time. The public portal feature that we're using now is a newer feature that we recently adopted. Yes.
Okay. How often, do you know how often that software is updated for that particular program?
It's updated quite a bit.
It is?
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
Okay. Thank you.
I think when I went on the city's website, at one of the screens there were these little boxes that says, do you want to file a building permit, or do you want to pay your water bill, or there were these options, and there was not an option for, do you want to file a complaint, or maybe POAC should have its own little box on the screen, so that would take you directly to the complaint, into the complaint process.
Yeah, I went through the process last week. I went through it again tonight just to go through it. I did notice that on the police department's website, there's a big link right in the homepage. You can go into in the drop downs where you can file the complaint. It's in like 3 different places. That's kind of obvious. In looking at the city's website, I do think that there's some room for improvement. It doesn't quite pop in that same way, but that doesn't solve our problem of, once they click on that, it's going to go to the Vallejo Police Department's public portal. So that's still unresolved, but I do agree that there could be a better feature of kind of highlighting how to actually do it.
So we currently have the city's website that has the police oversight and accountability sub-tab on it. And then we also have the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission Community Engagement page. So there are sort of 2 different forums for people to interact with this complaints portal, which I think could also maybe cause some confusion. I wonder, obviously we need a presence on the official city website, but I wonder if we could maybe attempt to leverage the community engagement page as some sort of way to offer a larger forum for people to contact us directly. Obviously, our email addresses are right there, but maybe I'm not 100% sure who we would contact about making that type of adjustment. But if we could maybe right up front say, contact the committee directly via a large button, as you've mentioned, instead of linking directly to the complaint portal, understanding like the benefits of tracking and everything within the complaint portal. If there was an easy way that we could then publicize to the folks in the community, here's how you can contact us directly, for people who want to just quickly access a complaint without sending it directly to the department. Maybe leveraging the community engagement site would be a good way to do that. And we could kind of try to use that as our more community-facing website as opposed to the city site itself. And I guess it's also on the police department site as well, right? So there's it's kind of like a 3-headed monster there, yeah.
So the other question I have, Deputy Chief Knight, is there a suggestion to have the complaint forms here at the POAC meetings? Has that something that's been considered? And then there's, my thought as that comment was made is concerned about confidentiality. So would you have someone maybe in the back to accept those forms? Because a lot of times, and I know people push folks to websites, a lot of people don't like websites for various and sundry reasons. So I'm just thinking about the process that's in place for a person who wants to file a hard copy form. Like maybe there's a drop box or something that I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box where it can be user friendly for folks.
Sure.
And not direct, go to the website, people don't like websites. A lot of people don't. They don't feel comfortable with them.
Yeah, we have a variety of formats that we have a written complaint form that doesn't require you to fill it out at that moment. You could take it and go home. You could fill it out and mail it in. I don't like drop boxes though, because drop boxes can get dropped and then you don't see it and then you never hear from it. So I'm kind of averse to that part of it, but you can scan it and email it. You can mail it. You can drop it off at the police department. You could drop it off at the next POAC meeting, and then it would be transmitted to us. So there's a variety of ways that it can be done. And yes, that's not something that we would be opposed to if that would make people feel more comfortable.
Is there a phone number people could call and then get a call back from somebody?
Yep, there's a phone number people can call that's on our website. It's on the complaint form. Obviously taking complaints verbally is not preferred, but we will, of course, accept complaints verbally. But yeah.
So, question on that one. Is there a way if someone does a complaint verbally, can it be recorded?
Tell me more, in what format?
So like if someone calls and says, I want to do a verbal complaint, right? Would it be recorded just to make sure that the correct information is captured?
Yes, so the complaint would have to, say they called the watch commander. So the watch commander would, and they want to file a complaint. The watch commander would likely encourage them to go to the portal, but if they don't want to go to the portal, could take their information online. That watch commander can then input that information directly into the IA Pro system from that point. That's a new feature that we have as well now through the public portal. The watch commander can do it. In the old days, they used to just email the professional standards division and say, this is the name, phone number, address of the person they just complained, here's the nature of their complaint, and then it would get put into the IA Pro system from there. So as you can see, a lot of these things are funneling for transparency, for trust and accountability, funneling directly into the public portal. So that's why we're really kind of emphasizing that.
So the thought that crossed my mind is that a lot of people are visual, and they would probably need to see with how the process operates to feel more comfortable with it versus saying go to the website. Because sometimes if people don't, as Commissioner Yoon said, if people don't get a clear guideline on what to do, they won't fill out the form. So that might be helpful for the community to kind of do a walkthrough of the process so people can get a better understanding. So we're throwing everything at you to see what sticks.
If I may, it does occur to me that this is another topic that's, there are a lot of directions this could go, and this is really important. I wonder if the commission might want to consider establishing an ad hoc subcommittee to work through this. I think the more ideas and perspectives that are fed into this topic of how do we make this as accessible as possible would be great. So that's something for you all to consider.
So I make a motion that we establish an ad hoc commission.
That's not actually on your agenda. You can give us direction to bring it back next time. Right.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd like to bring this back at the next meeting as an action item.
So before we conclude this item, though, I want to bring us back to a point I think that's also getting lost in the conversation that's really important that has been brought forward. And it is that there's this discomfort of knowing that when you make a complaint, it's going to the police department. And so I want to bring us back to that point. And so what we fundamentally have to also remember, I'm going to bring two things here. Hold on to that point, but the other thing that we have to remember, for the integrity of a complaint, we also need to make sure you all do not work full-time here. And we need to make sure that that complaint gets in the system and it gets where it's supposed to be as well, right? So, but yet we're trying to also create trust, but we also need compliance as well, right? So as you decide to have this conversation further, is think about the framework of a whistleblower program and the protections under a whistleblower program and the confidentiality under a whistleblower program when you are thinking about entering a complaint into a system. And the other thing that we need to think about when we're doing that is, what is the possibility of bifurcating that system so that the first point of contact is the complaint is going to the commission with the understanding that it eventually is continually routing through the system. Because you want to think about the integrity of the system, right? That's really important when we talk about complaints, as you begin to continue to go down this road and discovering what's going to work best. In addition to that, where are those prominent places within the website for web users, for online users, that we need to see this process and be able to click a button and do what we need to do? In addition, when we talk about confidentiality, I want us to remember this, and the concern that the police department is the first point of contact. When we make a call to have someone record our complaint, is it the police department that we want to have that call, right? And so then the other question behind that is, for our acting secretary, who is essentially our city manager, if we had a permanent secretary, what would be the role of that secretary? Because that secretary would actually be a city employee, right? How does that fit into actually taking a complaint over the telephone? Because if I am uncomfortable with the police department, I am not going to call the police department and allow you to take my complaint and log it into the system. But as someone who has designed whistleblower programs and run whistleblower programs, I have had staff who take in those complaints, but they're independent of the departments that the individual is complaining about and so forth and on, right? So there is another level of trust. So I just want you to think about, again, what are we trying to protect and what are we trying to build when we think about the system and the integrity of the system. And so there's nothing that says the company that owns the system, is there a potential to bifurcate the system and using the same system without buying a brand new system? So we have to think about the connectivity of all this work, the chain of custody around this work, right, to maintain its integrity. So I want us to think about that. I submit that to you all when you're thinking about this. And what does the design of the website need to look like? And when someone is actually handing a paper complaint, who is really taking that paper complaint? Is it the police department, where you've just said people are concerned about the police department being involved? And I'm not saying, you know, I'm bringing this forward not to say that, oh, you won't handle the complaint with integrity, but I am addressing, you are the bridge to the community. And as the bridge to the community, we have to think about, what does that bridge look like as we are building trust and as we are being the bridge to our police department and building out trust that way as well. And those are the kinds of things that I would like for you to think about. Thank you.
Could the IPA fill that role?
Well, yeah, I think actually the IPA, there is some latitude there, so I guess I'll let the city attorney comment on that. But I just wanted to remind everybody that one mechanism for submitting a complaint is emailing your complaint directly to a POAC member. So if there's a concern, now I think if as we look into this further, I think a good point was raised that not everybody wants to use electronic means or feels like they've got the facility to do that. And so we might consider whether there's also a paper-based mechanism to submit a complaint directly to the POAC commissioners, but that, I mean, eventually that ends up going into IA Pro because that's our system of record through which we generate reports and all of that. But at least people will know that it initially is on POAC's radar. And so, you know, I think that will allay any concerns there are that a complaint might disappear into thin air and never be.
Through the chair, we do have a couple of members of the public who would like to speak on this item. First in-person speaker, Robert Scheusel. Please approach the podium. Following that speaker, we have Carol Heap online.
Just want to digress a second and say 10A shows you why staff needs to have staff reports, because you could have had a much better discussion if they were available. I want to talk about the portal. It needs to be completely revised. I went through the materials and the things that I haven't heard people talk about. There's only one reference to confidentiality. I used to do surveys and things for a living, and people don't trust you. And you need to have wording that's reassuring and in language that people understand, not what a bureaucrat understands. And it ought to be the first section of all your documents. There's no reference to POAC, nor the ability of the public to send their complaints, etc. to POAC, or to get a form or drop it off, for example, with the city clerk's office. That would be an obvious place to do it. And many people don't trust internal affairs, and you've got a conundrum. I'm not going to fill out that form if I think it's going to internal affairs. So this committee's got to figure out a way to deal with that. And I have some recommendations, and this is based on also my experience doing market research and developing these kinds of surveys and things. You need your subcommittee to oversee this. I think each POAC member ought to review that complaint section, not only to educate themselves, but also to give feedback. And where this, I haven't heard anything about this discussion about your customer. That's the public. You can say anything you want here, but if they don't believe you, they don't understand what you have written, what good is this whole process? So you need to go out and talk to your customers. You need to set up meetings with citizens who file complaints to get their feedback and how to improve it. I think you need to go to other cities and see what their experiences are, like Berkeley and San Francisco and Oakland. I think you have to have community meetings to explore how do they think you ought to improve the complaint process. It doesn't matter what you think about the complaint process, it's what your customer thinks. And finally, you need to get feedback on the revised complaint form using surveys and interviews from the public. And there's people like myself who are retired now who could help the city. The city, unfortunately, seems to feel that anyone who's not an employee isn't capable of helping the city create products that are better than what they currently have. Thank you.
Next speaker, Carol Heap. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. So I was reviewing the agenda, and I see that you're going to go in the closed section to review complaints. I think that what I noticed is it looks to me like these are complaints from this year, and they're numbered with the year and then probably the number that they came when they arrived into the IA. So, you got a couple, and then you got one missing, and then you got a couple more numbers, and then you got a number missing. I think that that whoever's putting this list together for you needs to include the numbers that are missing. And I don't know why they're missing, and that's part of the problem. Why are some numbers there and some numbers not there? Were they destroyed? Are they complaints that were filed about internal matters like misuse of forms or being tardy for work? But I don't know, but you need to know that. You can't just look at a list of complaints and say, oh, there's a list of 20, but there's only 14 on this list. What are the other 6? You need to know what those other 6 are, not the substance. There's confidentiality issues, obviously, but you need to know why you don't have that number. And another thing, in reviewing the complaint form, you were just offered a bird in the hand and two in the bush. Dr. Sechel just offered his time to help you with the review of this form. And by gosh, you better take him up on it right away. I've never met anybody who worked so hard and so committed to a task than that gentleman. And the other thing I wanted to mention is at the top of the existing complaint form, it asks you, do you want to file a complaint or do you want to file an accommodation? That's like asking the victim of a crime on the top of their police report. Are you the victim or are you the perpetrator? They have nothing to do with each other. They should not be on the same form. There should be a complaint form, and if the police department wants accommodation forms for their officers, of course they should have one. But they need to be separate. They should not be on the same form. It's just a ridiculous. So I'm running out of time, so I'll share other things later. Thank you.
Through the chair, no other speakers on this item at this time.
Thank you. So is there any other comments on this complaint issue?
Yeah, did you make a motion?
Right, there was a motion. Is there a second?
I second. Could you repeat it?
Repeat the motion first, please.
Yes, the motion was moved by Chair Lewis to bring a future agenda item to create an ad hoc subcommittee to work on the complaint forms and related educational materials and processes.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. Carries unanimously.
So the next item is a discussion of the potential action on updating police department policies. So
I don't believe that this will be a standing action item on the agenda, so that when the police department has a policy to bring forward and get POAC input on, this will be the agenda item under which it will be heard. DC Knight, I don't know if you have a forecast of when we might have a policy under this, although I will mention that, and I don't know whether you've been polled or not, but we're looking for a date for you all to consider the complaints policy. And yeah, pardon me for not recalling whether you've been polled on that date or not, but we're okay. So we're looking for a special meeting prior to the next regular meeting to look at the proposed new complaints policy specifically. And DC Knight, please let us know if you have other updates on that.
We're still status quo. We have 11 policies that are, 10 or 11, that are in need of POAC review. You have a informational item that's in the information calendar that's going to talk about Rania Adwa. I know we had talked about this briefly. I'm ready to bring those policies forward. We need to get ahead of it because the longer you wait, the more they pile up. Some are just very minor changes. Some are larger changes. Obviously, the personnel complaints policy will be a whole special meeting dedicated to that. But I need a workflow. I need to hear from you folks and the commission of how you want the material. I need to talk about what limitations I may or may not have in terms of the information I can give to you. I think we talked about it briefly last meeting. We use a system called Lexipol that is the gatekeeper of our policy manual. They give us policy updates, and it has policy notes, so and it will be suggestions on the changes that they recommend. We don't have to take any of their recommendations. We can take all of their recommendations, but we need to probably workflow like one of these. I think was my goal, to workflow through a new policy that's a new state mandate where it's just a policy and we didn't have one before. This is what we think it should say. I think that's one kind of workflow for you guys, because you can say, well, on this sentence, I'd like it to say something a little different. and we could take those recommendations. Then there's revisions to policy where it says one thing and now it's going to potentially say something else. So for us to get on a good cadence where I can come to you regularly and put policies in the packet and have you guys review, take comment from the public, then take it under submission, I believe 45 days, I think, up to 45 days, or you can approve it or give recommendations on the spot. I think we just need to come up with that workflow. I had thought that maybe Rania might have some ideas on how that workflow may work, but that's going to be a workflow for you guys as the commission that will be sometimes a lot of work, sometimes a little bit less work, but I think we need to get started as soon as possible. So I kind of need some help from you guys in terms of what you want that to look like.
Are we able to get the policies prior to it being posted on the agenda?
They could be emailed for review, yes.
So Deputy Chief Knight, with Lexipol, there's no way the POAC commissioners can get that software, or is it just strictly email?
No, there's a username password. I could look into that. I could look into that to see if there was limited user where you can't you can't change our policy manual or anything else, but you can review all the changes and things like that. I can look into that. I don't know.
Okay, because then that will be able to directly put comments in there through Lexipol. Is that correct?
I don't know if you can put comments in, but you would be able to review the policy. You'd be able to review any proposed changes by Lexipol. But again, that doesn't mean we have to take those recommendations. But just having you to be able to be in the system, I don't know if we can, but I can look into that.
Okay. Thank you.
And the commission should be aware that even though the department uses Lexipol, there are a number of policies that are essentially custom policies that wouldn't be getting updated through Lexipol. So we can identify those for you.
Yeah, the personnel complaints is a perfect example. That is a fully customized policy for the Vallejo Police Department. Use of force as well. So, but a lot of the run-of-the-mill policies are kept in that software system.
So when you send the policies, and I'm just throwing this out here at you, can you indicate which one are Lexipol related and the ones that are not? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, it's kind of hard. They're all in Lexipol. That's the software system that we use.
But the one that will get you the quickest response that you need on the policies.
What I could do, and again, maybe worth trying one time, is I can provide you the current policy, I can provide you the proposed new policy, and I can provide you which is like basically the cliff notes that Lexipol provides is these are the changes proposed, this is why why we think you should make the changes, and then you guys can use those two combined. There's no red lines, there's no like line outs and things like that. In the system. You have to actually be in the system to see that.
Okay. Are there any other comments from commissioners?
If I may suggest, DC Knight, the city attorney and I will provide an update on the process of potentially bringing Ms. Adwan on to provide support to the commission later in the meeting. But I wonder if while we're waiting to develop the workflow, there might be some policies that are, some policies that the commission might be able to get started on the review of at the next meeting. I understand that there's a bit of a backlog and we'll be having a special meeting, I think, for the personnel complaints policy, which is quite substantial, but we might be able to start working through some of the other ones at the next meeting. Would that work for PD?
Yes, I think I've already identified 2 or 3 that are kind of basic. They're not a big heavy lift. They're state law mandated policies, so that maybe some, in absence of having Rania, maybe that would get us some ideas of what's working, what's not working, and things like that. Yeah.
Would it be helpful to have like a SharePoint document that you send out to the commission so that we could submit our comments prior to it being added to the agenda, so that we have an opportunity to review it and make comments, and it's one live document as a possibility, or would that be an issue?
As long as you all couldn't see each other's comments, it could be done. That if you could all see each other's comments, then it's a Brown Act violation.
Okay. So I do like the idea of seeing it prior to the agenda and potentially all of our comments, if we have them, be posted with the agenda, or, because it doesn't give the public an opportunity to review what our input is, right? Unless it's on the fly during the meeting, but I think it just makes logical sense to me to have that prepared before the meeting. I don't know.
So what you're saying is that we could see you could email them to us, and as long as our comments weren't shared with the other commissioners, we would not be violating the Brown Act. But it would give us the kind of heads up to know what we were looking
Sure.
at.
So you'd be essentially you'd be making the comments, and they would come to staff, and staff would put them on the agenda.
Okay.
That sounds like a workable process, so why don't we give that a try for the first few policies that we hear. Do you have a suggestion for how far in advance you would like to receive? So we're trying to publish the agenda roughly a week in advance of the meeting. How much further in advance of that would you like to receive the policies to give you time to, and then it will take staff a little bit of time to collate those?
2 weeks, is that possible? 2 weeks
I-
prior to the posting of the agenda, so we would have it to
Yep,
you.
I think that's fine. Yep, and then we'll give you a deadline. We'll need a couple days to collate your comments and get them into the packet, but.
And if a commissioner doesn't respond, then just we'll carry forward versus waiting for it, because I think
Sure.
everyone will know what the deadline is.
Yeah, and then as DC Knight mentioned, you all will have a period of time to provide comments on the policy, so the meeting at which the comments on the policy are presented and appear in the agenda packet per our regular meeting schedule, you'll have actually until the next meeting to make final comments, and so there'll be an opportunity for the public to provide comments and then to wait and take action at the next meeting. Okay, yeah, we can make that our process.
So is there any way to create like a schedule, like in a chart, so we can see it? And maybe just in case we run into a roadblock, maybe make it 3 weeks in advance?
Yeah,
Just
I think we
everybody
can work
has
on
it.
that schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, does it basically just turn into, at one agenda meeting, if it's 3 weeks before, a week before, we're talking about from this meeting, as soon as possible, sending out the policies that we'd be looking at the next meeting, essentially, and just having it on a regular rotation so that, after one meeting, we're sending out the next policies that we'd be reviewing for the next meeting?
That's the workflow process that you're referring to? Yeah.
I mean, through the chair, so we're throwing out ideas, like, I have all 11 policies that could be ready. I could provide you guys all 11 policies, and you guys could create it with the workflow and time frame. So we have a lot of options. They're all there, ready,
Let's start with
Be
3
gentle.
and test
Do
pilot.
3.
Yeah,
Do
let's start with 3 and test pilot to see if this will even work. I think having all 11 bombarded would not be a good idea or a good use of time.
Yeah. These are the baby ones, right?
So that suggestion is noted, and so we'll move forward. We'll bring forward 3 policies at the April regular meeting. We'll provide those to commissioners, writing while talking and chewing gum. Public commissioners 3 weeks in advance, and commissioner comments will go in packet. Yep, that sounds like a great plan.
So I can only see one hang-up there from a legal perspective. Some of the policy changes are mandated by state law, and there are deadlines to implement those policies, and it depends on when the policy change comes out. And DC, maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, as I mentioned last meeting, come October, November, we're going to have a big surge of policies that we will probably have to act a little more quickly on if you want to be in compliance, because a lot of them go into effect when there's certain state laws and bills, assembly bills, Senate bills that come into effect that go into effect January 1st. So that's just something we should be mindful of. That my point being, come October, we'd want to be caught up as best we could. If as a commission for you guys, that would be my recommendation.
So, DC Knight, is there any way you can put on there what the deadline date is? Because having formerly worked with OPD, I know I'm very familiar with how that deadline date is very important and how sometimes they fail to come into compliance. So if that could be listed on there in terms of what the deadline is, so we don't have the department out of compliance?
Yeah, when I talk about the cliff notes or the summary that Lexpol gives, it does very explicitly say when the law goes into effect and when they must have the policy. I'll give you an example. One of the policies I'm going to give you is the new state law on law enforcement facial coverings and the prohibition of that. That law went into effect in January already, but the law requires that law enforcement agencies have a policy implemented by July 1st. So we're still okay on time, but that's just an example of was one of the ones that I wanted to bring forward.
So that would be helpful. Thank you.
Through the chair, we do have some members of the public that would like to comment on this.
Okay.
Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, okay, thank you. Again, okay, so this category confuses me. I know one of the mandates, or whatever you want to call them, of this commission is to review existing policies as they come up in complaints, where you find that the officer was compliant. However, with the policy, the policy is bad and needs to be changed. So this commission generates a policy. And of course, it goes through a vetting process and whatnot. And then you have this category where the police have policies that they want the commission to review. But they're completely different things. And it's confusing to me to have, it seems like this should be bifurcated. It should be like, if it's going to be a standing agenda item, it should be like A and B, like A, policies generated by the commission or a complaint, and B, policies generated by the police department. And the A may be none at this time, but I would like to see, I think we as a community want to see if there is a policy that's in the works that's being generated by the commission or a complaint, as opposed to these police department policies, which are different. So I would like, and this also concerns me, the way it's being pro-offered here, is it looks like the police department is running the commission. And I think that, and maybe it's just optics, but it's what it looks like. And it's bad optics. So we need to make sure that the community knows that the commission, following its mandate, will review making new policies or amending existing policies outside or different than what this agenda item is reflecting. So I think that's important, and so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one other in-person speaker, Robert Scheusel. Please approach the podium.
I'll just be brief. It feels like you're undercutting the public, because by the time the public gets to see these policies, it's almost too late. And I think that the same time that you receive them, they ought to be put up on a website so that the public can read them. I think some of them are, people could care less, but some of them, like the face mask and other use of force and things, are hot topics. And I think there's people who may want to get back to the commissioner or who's in their district to talk about their feelings about the way it's written. And you've completely cut that out with this process. And I think you need to rethink the way that you're reviewing it. I understand the Brown Act, you can't share each other's comments, but at least a citizen could talk to their commissioner or write a letter to the commission about their feelings ahead of time so that you could think about it. The problem is giving people 3 or 4 days to respond is not fair, particularly with some of these documents, which aren't exactly fun reading. They're dense, they're opaque, and it takes a time to understanding them and then to write an intelligent response. So please rethink how you're doing this process. Thank you.
Through the chair, no other speakers at this time for this item.
Is there any way to make this more open to the public?
All of our entire policy manual is on our website. It's been on there for many, many years. So you can look at all of our policies, any one of them. But when there's changes, you can't really make that transparent because the Lexipol is offering what they believe to be the changes. We don't have to accept them. So it is a process of selection of whether that's appropriate for our agency or not that we've gone through that now also involves the commission, which is good, but there is no mechanism for that specifically.
But I will mention, we could post them to the website the same time we send them to the commissioners. And, that again, that first commission meeting isn't necessarily the last bite at the apple because you have 45 days. So there's time in between when you see them for the first time, but I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't post them to the website and say, these are policies that are going to be discussed at the, POAC meeting in 3 weeks.
It seems like that's the best we can do for keeping this thing open to the public, is to post it at the same time.
Yep. If you're just going to do 1 or 2 of them, that should be all right.
So I think, again, around the spirit of transparency and accountability, it's no secret that VPD has a robust set of policies and procedures that are constantly needing to be changed. They know far in advance. So when we think about that, what should really be the process? Because the reality is 3 weeks isn't really a long time to review, depending on how large a policy is, how robust a policy is, and the opportunity to have comment. So what's really important, DC Knight, would be really to explain or at some point go through a process. And you can really, what is the aging of those policies, meaning time to change them, when those comment periods are due and over, and so forth and on. There's a way to create a schedule that doesn't make this process onerous for everyone involved, including the public. And then at the same time, yes, you have a system that says, hey, these are the suggested changes and so forth and on, and really thinking about how you can take a policy and literally have an executive summary for individuals at a high level, not in bureaucratic language, about what is this about, why are these changes being suggested, and here are the suggested changes. So we really have to think about how do we make this work easy for the public as well as this commission, so that you all, along with the public, are fully understanding what you're looking at and what you are potentially commenting on, agreeing to, or not. And there is a way that staff need to help make this work simple, translatable, and understandable for all that are involved. This is very important. And so does it take work? Yes, because the police department, this is common language. This is what they do every day. And so how do we help everyone involved simplistically understand what are we doing and what are the significant changes, why the changes, what's the so what about this work? And so that is where I think we need to spend some time, think about this, about, you know, even being able to go through the list and say, how can we better do this when you're looking in the system, and what does the system bring, and how do we bring this out in an executive summary level and then down to the granular level? Because we don't all have the equal starting point in this work, and we need to remember that. Because again, you are a bridge, and you are building trust between community and VPD. And so does that mean that the IPA is working with you, Rania is working with you, the independent attorney is working with you, and when we get a full-time secretary, how does that all come together to help us do this very important work? So we need to think about, what does the system look like? Thank you.
So is there any other discussion on the policies? So I guess we move on to the information calendar. Is there any public comment?
Through the chair, yes, we do have a member of the public signed up for the information calendar. Robert Scheusel, please come to the podium.
Chair, there are individual items in the information calendar, so normally you would have public comment during the consideration of each item rather than, sure.
So an update regarding the fiscal year 25-26 POAC budget.
Do you want to take public comment
Public
if they
comment
have
is
it on this
the-
item? I don't know, Dr. Schussel, if you... Okay. So the commission provided some ideas for items to include in the and be funded by the budget for the remainder of this fiscal year, which ends June 30. That included funding for the IPA, outside counsel, Ms. Adwan, some documents and publications for POAC members to reference, membership in IACP, International Association of Chiefs of Police, some printed materials about POAC, educational materials for folks who don't use a computer, some budget for expenses of an off-site town hall that the POAC has been envisioning holding, membership for the national organization Nicole related to these, and the cost of some of the other training that the commission has identified as beneficial. Staff estimated the cost for those items, and that totaled $56,000. As was discussed, that budget was included in among a number of items that City Council has been considering to fund through mid-fiscal year adjustments. The City Council has had discussion of potential mid-year adjustments on 2 occasions and has approved some of them, although that conversation was pretty broad. It included topics like the forecast of next fiscal year's budget and other things. So the City Council has not yet acted on the request for funding for POAC for this fiscal year, but the mid-year item will go back to Council for what I expect will be a narrower discussion of a smaller set of mid-year requests. I imagine that'll happen maybe at the first meeting in April, and at that time expect the Council might provide some funding for POAC. There's nothing, POAC can continue to do all of the things that it's doing right now without those additional appropriations right now, so it doesn't jeopardize, the delay in getting a budget for these things doesn't jeopardize the POAC's actions. So that's my update on the fiscal year 25-26 budget.
Dr. Schessel?
I don't understand how there can be an intelligent conversation about this topic. I have to even assume that the secretary is saying that there's going to be $56,000 request, but I don't even know that. And I think this is why this item needs to be tabled and brought back again, because how can you say anything? There's no priorities. I think, you need to go into city council saying this is the most critical, second, third, fourth, or put them into 2 or 3 boxes at a minimum so that some decisions can be made. But right now, it seems like you're just throwing numbers up against the wall and hoping a couple of them will stick. So please, going forward, I hope that this commission insists that there is a staff report for each item, unless it's something where it's either last minute and numbers are being gathered or something. But some of this stuff is known far enough ahead of time. There's no reason it shouldn't be in the agenda for the public and for you. I don't understand how the commissioners feel comfortable even discussing this without knowing what's going to even be taken to city council. Thank you.
Through the chair, no other speakers on this item at this time.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a comment? So we move on to update regarding the selection of an independent police auditor.
Yes, so city staff created a draft request for proposals for the independent police auditor that was shared with the commissioners. Some commissioners provided some feedback and suggestions for modifications. There's one commissioner provided some comments that I wanted to get some additional clarity on, so I'll be meeting with that commissioner later this week to fully understand their comments. I'll make final changes to that with the hopes of issuing that RFP early next week, and then there's a 4-week time period. We'll post that RFP on the city's standard platform for professional services. It also includes a section for legal services, so that'll be broadcast quite widely. We've also reached out to the one firm that submitted a proposal. The last time we had a call for this service to make sure that they're aware of it as well. So we'll then be bringing back the proposals that we receive. Assistant City Attorney mentioned previously that that's all public documents, and so happy to follow a process like that Councilmember Leteju suggested about the vetting. It would be up to you all to decide whether you wanted to establish an ad hoc subcommittee to review those.
Through the chair. If I may, just for the public, it's really important. Again, I'm going to bring us back to transparency and accountability. And I think definitely we're following a format and we have a process. And before we publish that RFP, what is the possibility to bring that forward so that there can be an opportunity for the public to make comment? This is a legal question.
It can be done.
Okay,
Sure.
So I would like to say to this commission that for the commission to think about that. Again, you're the bridge. We're talking about accountability. We're talking about transparency. We are in the midst of building trust. And the foundation that you are setting as a commission is extremely important as that bridge. And I want to ensure that we're mindful as we're trying to get through the process. And I know that it has been a long time coming for you to be seated. And so we are anxious in moving things forward. And at the same time, we want to make sure that we have an appropriate amount of community engagement. Thank you for considering my thoughts.
Through the chair, public comment?
Is there any other comment?
Yes. Dr. Scheusel?
If this isn't a violation of the Brown Act, it sure kind of gets close, because all kinds of information was shared that the public was not have any access to. And as a member of the public, this feels like a slapdown that, you already have made decisions, put a document together, and basically, yeah, you could have a little bit of input, but you really don't, the public doesn't have any input. And I think that whatever you have right now ought to go out right now so that the public can respond. This position and the independent lawyer are critical to your success. And if you want the public to believe that you're transparent, you don't do this in secret. And so far, you've done this in secret. And I don't know how else to say it. The city may not feel it's a secret, but I sure as hell do, because this is the first time I heard that there was anything at all to do with preparing a document and that you had access to a document that the public did not have access to. This is not a privileged document. This is supposed to be a document for the public also. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do have one other speaker online. Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, it's Happy. Happy. No big deal. But my comment is the same for this independent police auditor as it is for hiring an attorney for the commission. And I would second Dr. Scheussel's comments about transparency, and also Councilmember Letigiou's comments about transparency. I just feel like this commission is not standing up yet. This is our commission. The city staff at the table is there to counsel and advise, not to make decisions and not to tell you what to do. That's your job. You're not doing it, or you're not doing a very good job of it. And some of you haven't said anything all night. We need to hear from you. I don't know what's going on in your heads. Clearly something is. So it needs to come out your mouth. So we need to know how you're feeling and how you're thinking about these extremely important foundational decisions that are being made tonight. This is a big night. You're making some decisions that are going to affect the future of this commission. You need to participate. You need to take charge. And yeah, and I don't want to say I'm disappointed, but thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the first I've heard of any discussion of regarding this independent auditor. So I don't know what's going on with this. So I'm kind of in the dark.
So I think we provided at a past council meeting a information report noting that we were going to issue, past POAC meeting, information report that we were going to issue an RFP to find the independent police auditor. I emailed to you all a draft RFP to your POAC email addresses. I know that I didn't circle back to confirm with everybody that they received it, but I know that some did because they responded and provided me with comments on the draft RFP, which I had said I would review and incorporate as possible. So if anybody didn't receive that and would like to, there's still time because I need to talk with one of the commissioners that provided comments. So if you didn't receive that, happy to send that to you, which is Yeah, I mean, which is a standard process. We don't usually, I mean, we issue RFPs for all sorts of different services at the city. It's not a standard practice to get community input on the RFPs, but this is a different circumstance, and so it'd certainly be possible for the commission, if it would like, to have a future agenda item, which is a discussion of the draft RFP. The RFP is pretty straightforward. It outlines what the duties of the IPA are per the ordinance and the qualifications of the IPA are, so there's not a much discretion or modification of that. But if the council or the commission decided that it would like to have a public discussion of the RFP, you're welcome to do that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion on this item? So moving on to the update regarding the engagement of Rihanna Adawan.
So as we discussed at a past meeting, and the commission provided direction to engage with Ms. Adwan to get a scope of work, I think we're still awaiting a revised scope of work. I know that she was wanted to have a meeting with the chair and vice chair to get some ideas. I don't think that's been scheduled yet, so I think the next step is, I think the city attorney's office is awaiting a revised scope of work, and I will be meeting with them and Ms. Adwan to discuss that. We'll schedule a time for her to meet with the chair and vice chair, and then we'll bring that scope of work to the commission for your discussion and direction.
Any other discussion? Okay, moving on to update regarding the development of POAC informational materials.
We kind of discussed this. Has overlap and is mostly related to the complaints policy, and so I don't have anything more to update other than we received direction earlier in this meeting about how to move forward on developing those materials.
Is there any other discussion on this item?
I think we've had a lot of discussion through a lot of the other agendized items, so.
Okay, future agenda items.
Through the chair, I was trying to get some clarification. There is a speaker for the previous item? Oh, for future agenda items. Okay. I don't know, do we allow public comment for a few? Oh, yeah.
I would just like to reiterate that I think it is critical that you start your next couple of meetings going through the following 3 items. Because until you know what the officers' rights are, until you know what your rights are, this commission can get themselves into big trouble or be totally ineffective. And the 3 areas are police officers' rights. And I had sent a list to the chair and the committee of some people who are experts in this area that could come in and talk about that. You also need, probably from the city's attorney's office, someone to talk about the ordinance that created POAC. I think you need to understand exactly, because it was watered down dramatically from 2 years ago. So you need to know what was taken out of it too, from what you may have believed occurred 2 years ago. And finally, people don't pay attention to it, but there's an MOU between the city and the Vallejo Police Association. And in there are things that you can and cannot do. That's why for over 2 years, the city attorney's office claimed that you couldn't meet because of things in that MOU. And you need to know what's in those documents. So please start putting them on your agendas. Thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to point out to the commission that you have received training in each one of those areas. The videos, if you want to review them, are still up online that you can take a look at. So we did provide training on POBAR In fact, we brought in an outside expert to do that. The ordinance powers, Veronica and I provided the training on that. And the MOU, one of the outside experts provided training on that, on both, not only VPUA, but also the IBEW, which represents the dispatchers, and CAMP, which represents some of the management people, middle management people that work at the police department.
So I would like to request that we go back to the council liaison, do another report out, or add to the report out.
Thank you, and I apologize that I was late today. But first of all, I just want to again acknowledge each and every one of you sitting on this commission. This is a tough place to be. It's a lot of work, and again, as I said earlier, we are trying to take off and make up lost ground. But what I want to remind you is we don't need to make up lost ground. And we need to just be very methodical in the process. And again, these are the seats that you have been appointed to, and you get to drive this bus. And I want to help you drive this bus as we're doing the work. And I just want to remind you is one word, transparency. The next word is accountability. So think about, as you are trying to drive the bus, bring in the IPA, the independent counsel, all of these things. Yes, we'd like to have them. We wanted it to happen months ago. We don't need to be in a hurry. We want to invite the public in, and it is okay that we're not where we would have liked to be. We are where we are today, and what we are doing is we're building the blocks. And don't be afraid to build the blocks. It's going to take time to build this ship. And we are going to build it appropriately, and it's going to be a little slow because we want to ensure that we have invited the public in. So no trepidation. We're not in a hurry. We want to make sure we have public voice in the process. And you can raise your hand and say, hold on a moment. Are we considering the voice of public? How do we bring them in? And I brought that forward several times along with other public members. So I want to commend you for the work that you're doing. And I want to thank you for being willing to hold on while we all work through the process. And it is going to take time. So thank you again for your work. I do appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Ledesju. I appreciate those comments. This POAC is very complex, and we are, as the saying goes, we are flying the plane as we're building it at the same time. So as I asked earlier, please be patient with us. We're going through a learning process, and I agree with Dr. Ledesju totally. I'm very methodical. I don't like rushing through anything at all. I want to do it right. I want to make sure that we address the concerns from the public, and we are doing our best up here. So we are, as I said earlier, we are doing things behind the scene. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not getting done. It is getting done. So just be mindful of that, and let us work with council, staff, the police department, so we can all be on the same, in the same place at the same time, making sure we get this right. I appreciate the comments from the public. They're very helpful, but again, we are doing what we can, and we're gathering information as we get it, and we are doing what you're requesting. So I, again, thank you for your comments and your feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ledesju and Commissioner Sykes. And is there any other comments on this? So I guess we are on to closed session. Thank you.
Chair, we have to announce the closed session first. Would you like me to do that? We have to announce what you're going to look at in closed session.
what we're going to, okay.
I can do that for you if you'd like.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. Chair and members of the commission, your meeting in closed session, this item concerning public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, discussion and consideration of complaints and reports. To discuss complaints, charges, investigations, and discipline, unless the employee requests an open public session involving Vallejo Police Department employees, and information deemed confidential under California Penal Code Sections 832.5 through 832.8 and Evidence Code Section 1040. You're going to review the following citizen complaints: CC 2026-5. All of these begin with CC 2026, so I'll just read the last number. Complaint 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And that completes the
And if I may, there was a point that was raised by a member of the public, and so to clarify, we saw some of these complaints. So for the calendar year, we begin numbering the complaints we receive at 1 and work our way through. A missing complaint number in this sequence is a complaint that is not related to a sworn member of the police force. So the police department also receives complaints about non-sworn employees. Those are not reviewed by the POAC, and that's what the missing numbers are.
Through the chair, we do have a member of the public that would like to speak on closed session before you guys adjourn to that. Okay.
Sure.
Louis Michael, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello. Yeah, this is Louis Michael. I just was wondering if there will be a report out after closed session, so I can know whether or not to stay online. Thank you.
There is a required report out, which is item 14 on the agenda.
You can also watch the meeting minutes.
We have another member of the public that would like to speak. Carol Hepp, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Happy. Okay, thank you very much for clarifying the missing number, that it's a non-sworn police officer. I also want to know if there's a complaint about an officer that's generated by the department, for example, excessive speeding, exceeding the speed limit, something like that, that isn't generated by the public. Do those complaints, the ones generated internally, are they in a different numerical system, or are they in with the non-sworn police officer complaints and then will be missing from future lists? If you could just explain that, because that's confusing to me. Thank you.
Do you want us to explain, Chair?
Maybe the deputy chief could address that.
Yes, complaints generated from the public are generally given a number, a letter CC in front of it for citizen complaint. Personnel complaints that are generated from within the department start with the letters IA, with the year, dash, and then whatever number of that complaint is.
And I just want to clarify on the IA complaints, the ones that are generated from inside, there are only two types that you would get to look at, which would be the ones that involve serious incidents, which again is a laundry list of several things in the ordinance, and bias incidents. So you would get those complaints. Other complaints you would not get to see.
Other complaints would be handled within the chain of command.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So I move on to closed session.
Chair, if you'll reopen the meeting, I can do the report out.
What,
We need to do the report out of closed session.
yeah, we're giving the report out of the closed session.
The commission met this evening in closed session to discuss public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, discussion and consideration of complaints and reports, to discuss complaints, charges, investigations, and discipline involving Vallejo Police Department employees and information deemed confidential under California Penal Code Sections 832.5 through 832.8 and Evidence Code Section 1040. They reviewed the following complaints, and these all start with CC 2026, and I'm only going to read the last two numbers. So the first one is 05. The commission gave direction on to investigate that case via an internal affairs investigation. Complaint 07, same recommendation. Actually, I'm going to read these because the recommendation is the same in all of them. So complaint 09, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, the direction was given to be an internal affairs investigation on all those complaints. And that completes the report out of closed session.
So the meeting's adjourned. Use my gavel.
He's been wanting to do that all night.